Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at @BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
The African company and the African CEO is making a conscious decision to bring on someone external to the continent versus bringing on someone who is from Ghana or Kenya or South Africa. And so the skill sets of the people that we take through our executive leadership training program and ultimately on the placement, obviously have to be extremely high caliber. So what we look for are corporate executives at the vice president to C-suite level, as well as Black entrepreneurs. When we look at the Black corporate executives, we're looking for some very specific skill sets, whether that be around supply chain, sales and marketing, engineering, product development. We want our folks to be able to add immediate value to the corporate board, right? And the other thing is, even if they don't necessarily have specific industry experience, they're bringing a diversity of thought.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Every speaker has a moment where their words can spark inspiration, drive change, and transform lives. But what happens after the applause fades? With 5-star BDM, your voice doesn't have to fade. We transform your live session into a professional ebook. Imagine your session becoming a permanent, interactive asset, reaching new audiences across the globe. Like Grant McGaugh and Dr. Eric Kelly III, whose session on the Mindset Revolution continues to inspire thousands through their custom ebook. Your ideas can become a lasting impact. Turn your session into an ebook that not only tells your story, but expands your reach, builds your brand, and engages your audience. With embedded videos, custom graphics, and a stunning flipbook or PDF format, your message will inspire long after the event is over. And for a limited time only during the Black Business Olympics, get your custom ebook for just $199 down from the regular price of $399. This is your chance to transform your message into something truly unforgettable at an unbeatable price. Your package includes a professionally designed ebook, a flipbook or PDF, embedded video of your session, and custom graphics. Everything you need to showcase your message in a way that lasts. With 5-star BDM, your session becomes more than a moment. It becomes an opportunity for growth, greater visibility, and lasting impact. See your influence multiply as your message reaches new clients, partnerships, and platforms. Ready to turn your ideas into a global movement? Visit 5starbdm.com to secure your custom ebook today. Your audience is ready to listen.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Crystal Gomez. I am your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. So this afternoon, I am your keynote speaker, and I am going to speak with you on a topic that's near and dear to my heart. And that would be for you, small business owners in particular, scaling up your business using technology. I want to help you take your business to the next level. I want to teach you to use technology to effectively connect with your ideal client and your colleagues, to automate that follow-up process and take action to close more deals. So let's talk about, bridging that digital divide. I do a lot of networking, and in networking, such as simply exchanging your business card, technology can help you with that. But some of the remarks that I've gotten from people when doing so is, wow, that's cool. I want to learn how to do that, but I'm old school. Or what in the hocus pocus Star Wars have you done to my phone, right? So are you old school? Now, what exactly is old school? Old school has a nostalgic ring to it, right? Let's go back to a time when things were more simple and less complicated. But in hindsight, everything seems more simple and less complicated until you know how to do or how to use it. Now, my mother often reminds me she taught me how to use a spoon, right? So look at me now, Mom. Technology is not going anywhere. As a matter of fact, it is evolving at a faster pace than in the past. I'm Crystal Gomez, business technology strategist and digital literacy educator. I'm dedicated to teaching entrepreneurs how to leverage technology to improve efficiency, reduce costs, and stay competitive. Learn to use technology to effectively connect, automate the follow-up process, and take actions to close more deals. Now, wouldn't it be great to achieve a better work-life balance? Wouldn't it be great to spend less time working in your business instead of on clerical tasks that need to get done and not have to pay anyone to do them either? Wouldn't it be great to spend more time with family and friends while doing the things you want to do? I personally became an entrepreneur to have more freedom on my time while earning more money. Now, are you utilizing technology in your business to create processes and systems to get more work done? It's a necessity. Now, technological innovations make life easier, more enjoyable, and fun. You know, things such as paper, right? Paper at one point was innovative. Then came along electricity, then the personal computer, the telephone, then the mobile phone. How about a gaming system? We want to have some fun with it, right? How about a clock? How about the use of AI? Now, we use these technological advances every day in our lives, but how about in our businesses? Now, we all have that ultimate business tool in our pocket. Are you effectively using this device right here to make you money? Are you just playing games on it and talking to your friends? You know, in particular, the smartphone has replaced that paper we talked about. The telephone switchboard, your planner, your Rolodex, that gaming system, keys. I don't even have keys anymore, so you can't lock yourself out of the house, right? You have a keypad, or you can access your home on your phone. Pen and paper. How about that boom box? You know, back in the 80s, you know, it was a thing, but anyway. How about a map or the key map for those of us in business having to figure out where you're going using an outdated printed map? How about your watch? Okay. Actually, on this watch, you know, we can do things on it that I, as a child, you know, was science fiction and is reality for us now. How about your camera? Big video camera back in the 80s, a computer or a typewriter that you're utilizing right now. The smartphone has replaced all of these things. Okay, so there's no reason why you can't be successful in business as long as you have a smartphone. So let's discuss effectively connecting. Do you have a polished digital image for your business? Do you have a professionally done website utilizing a professional email? How are you scheduling, or rather exchanging your business card? I have a networking necklace here that I use. So when I network, I can do it as such. I can either tap this to someone's phone or they can scan the QR code. So they can effectively connect to me, and I have all of my social media. Any way that you can cyber stalk me is available there. As a professional, I want people to be able to connect with me. I want them to see my website. I want them to see my professional social media that I have to discuss my business. So do you have those things in place for your business? Are you using a CRM? A CRM is a client relationship manager. In other words, it's like a address book on steroids, where you're going to save each touch that you have with a prospective client, or a colleague. So inside of this CRM, you're going to have not only their contact information, but notes about any communication that you've had with them. You have the ability to log phone calls, and you also have the ability to send out SMS campaigns or text campaigns and email campaigns. From your CRM, you should also be able to send invoices so you can get paid, right? A great CRM will have all of those features. AI. I know we have a love-hate relationship with AI, but are you using AI in your business? Can you believe it? I actually, those of you that know me can't believe that I often am at a loss of words, but I too am sometimes at a loss for words. So AI will assist you to not only effectively get your message across, but if you just enter some simple terms about what you want to say, it's going to help you express yourself eloquently. Now, let's keep in mind that AI is a tool. It is not meant to be used and copied verbatim. It is meant to give you a template or a starting point from which you personalize your speaking pattern and your thoughts and your ideas. So if you're using AI word for word, please stop that. Just get those ideas flowing for you and make it your own. Now, some of the other tools that we have as small business owners in technology, you can utilize apps to track your mileage on your phone. You remember when I mentioned that, and I'm sure you're aware of it, but your camera, your phone, your smartphone rather, is now your camera and your video camera. You can take pictures of those items and email them and fax them from your smartphone. So let's go back and talk more about that website and that professional email. It's very important for your polished professional digital image, particularly if you're looking to get grants and funding. The first thing that they're going to want to know is, do you have a website? Because that website is going to tell them more about your business. Also, on that website, do you have a professional email that matches what's called the back half of your website? So, for example, my website is crystalgomez.net. My email matches that. So I have different email addresses, info, Crystal, different departments in my company, but after the @ sign, it's always going to say crystalgomez.net to match my website. And what that tells people, maybe you met someone and somehow they got your email. Well, they can derive what your website is from the back half of your email address, which is the portion after the @ sign. So it's very important that you have that professional email and you're not using Yahoo, Gmail, or even AOL. You know, there's still some AOL email addresses out there. So you do not need a computer. Your mobile phone is a computer. So is your smartphone optimized and backed up where you can run your business from this device. Now, I don't know about where you're watching this from, but here in Texas, we have a lot of natural disasters. At least once per year during hurricane season, we're going to expect to lose power for a few days. So are you prepared for that? Is your business prepared for disaster mitigation and recovery? So first of all, when the lights go out here in Texas and I have a meeting scheduled with someone in another part of the United States or even overseas, and that weather event is not affecting them, are you able to still effectively host that meeting with those persons? Or are you going to need to reschedule? You're going to need to be prepared, first of all, by having your device set up to access those things that you may not ordinarily access on your mobile device. Secondly, let's say, for instance, you have your software on your computer in your office. Can you access that from your mobile phone? And let's just say, for example, the office is damaged in this natural disaster and your computer is gone. Have you backed up that information elsewhere where you can get a new computer or a new phone and log in and continue business? On the other side of that, is that data on that device encrypted? Not only is it backed up, but is it encrypted to ensure the safety of your clients and colleagues' information that are on that device in the event that it is destroyed and lost or stolen? Because you may lose your cellular device, but if someone picks it up, I hope you have it password protected or using some type of security on that device so no one can just pick it up and access the information on that device, but that you're able to make sure that it's secure. So disaster mitigation and recovery, is your information backed up where you can recover it? And is it secured and or encrypted? And are your devices protected with passwords or some type of security that no one can just walk up to the device and utilize it? So what other systems can we use as business owners? In our everyday life, we're using the mobile device. Now, it's important that everyone have a working knowledge on how to utilize these devices, especially our elderly. If you know someone that is not proficient in using a mobile device, do reach out to them. But you have to take the initiative to also learn how to make the most out of your devices, because at its most essence, this is a communication device. So whether you're communicating with your family and friends just for personal reasons, or you're using the device for business use, let's get the most out of it. Now, I know the other day I was frustrated with the technology. Believe it or not, I had to host a Zoom meeting, and I hadn't hosted a meeting in a while. So I forgot, how to do some basic things. So it is a matter of use it or lose it. And I encourage you to use it, because in our personal lives, we still have to use the technology. For example, if you want to go to the doctor, perhaps they would like to meet with you virtually. So are you comfortable with meeting your doctor virtually? Are you comfortable with completing forms online? We don't have the option anymore with some institutions to walk into the doors and fill out an application on paper. Even if we walk through the doors of some institutions, they're going to refer you back to their website to complete the paperwork for whatever it may be. Maybe it's scheduling appointment with that doctor and then hosting the visit virtually. So due to the recent events, technology has creeped more and more into our everyday lives than we may be comfortable with. But the reality of it is it's not going anywhere. It allows access, though, to things that may have been previously inaccessible due to transportation issues or due to cost. It was not able to be done because it was not cost effective. Now you can utilize or rather access many things online and get information that when I was a child was only accessible by encyclopedia. Remember those things, encyclopedias? And encyclopedias were expensive. And not only were they expensive, they were outdated. So it was good for a historical reference, but in needing up-to-date information, that was not an option there. So technological innovations make life easier, everyday life. There are safety features built into your mobile device. So find out how you activate those safety features. Maybe if you're out and about at night or even during the day, or you have a medical emergency, maybe your vehicle breaks down, there is a way to activate safety protocols on your mobile device to call for help. In the event that you're not able to communicate, it may be pushing your home button on a certain pattern, and each device is going to be different based on the operating system. So it's not an Android issue, it's not an Apple issue, it's device specific, depending upon which operating system you're using. So let's talk about gaming systems. Now, we like to have fun, and we use our cell phone to pass the time while we're waiting for an appointment or just for overall enjoyment. Utilize, business owners, I'm talking to you, utilize your mobile device in your business. How often have you received a message? Please send me your number. I'm not sure who this is because I just got a new phone, right? As a business owner, we can't afford to do that. Our contacts are our bread and butter to our business. So we need to make sure that we have that device backed up so that we can continue to do business and reach out to our family and friends with those devices. Automating the follow-up. So from the use of example for a digital business card, capturing the information of the person that you meet, whether it's through networking or perhaps you have a vendor booth at an event, you may want to capture their information and follow up with that person. So it's more important that you capture their information than necessarily for you to give them yours, but it should be a two-way exchange. You have some type of lead capture system in order to get their information and give them yours. So once you collect someone's information, then your process should begin of the automation can take over and follow up with that person by perhaps saying, hey, it was nice to meet you at this event, or thanks for stopping by my booth. And these are the next steps. Let's continue the conversation. And that system can be automated once your CRM or other platform receives the name of that person. You can set up processes where they automatically receive that email or that text message so that you can get back with them. One of the things that I feel is important in a digital business card is to have a link to your calendar, but that would be something that you have to have that's already set up in order to be able to schedule appointments with those ideal connections. So let's say, for example, you're at an event and you end up backstage with the speaker. Wouldn't you like to be able to effectively capture their information and give them yours? So if you have captured their information, then you're able to follow up with that person. Maybe you forgot your business card or you ran out of business cards. You never run out of business cards with a digital business card. Now, that digital business card, again, can be connected to a QR code, and you can connect anything that you like to a QR code. So that may be simply to your website. It may be to your social media. As a matter of fact, you can have links to all of it under one QR code. The amount of information that you can connect to is unlimited in most aspects. You can include links to upcoming events separately. It doesn't just have to be your contact information. Let's spend a moment speaking about social media. I hope that everyone is on social media. Most people are on Facebook, right? Facebook or Instagram at a minimum. But some of the other social media platforms that are out there that businesses are using are Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Maybe you're using Alignable, maybe you're using TikTok, and maybe even YouTube. But businesses that integrate technology for everyday processes and systems experience enhanced efficiency, improved customer service, and increased competitiveness in their respective markets. Technology enables automation of those repetitive tasks that we spoke about earlier, and better data analysis for informed decision-making and more effective communication with teams and with your customers. Unlock the full potential of your business with cutting-edge technology solutions. Don't let the digital age leave you behind. Contact us today for a personalized technology consultation session that will transform your operations, streamline your processes, and elevate your business to new heights. Let's innovate together and pave the way for your success. Act now and embrace the future with confidence. I am Crystal Gomez, digital technology strategist and digital literacy educator. Allow me to help you develop a tech strategy to effectively connect, automate the follow-up process, and take action to close more deals. My website is crystalgomez.net. On social media, Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn, I can be reached at Crystal A.D. Gomez on most platforms. Unfortunately, there's not a forum here to answer any questions that you may have about what we've discussed today, but I hope that it's proved informational for you. And again, you can reach out to me at crystalgomez.net, and that will connect to my social media.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses. Doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those 3 communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour, to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE. And then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I'm the founder of Huertas A. Decus, which is a business growth consultancy practice that doubles your profits in less than 12 months using a concept called small change to big things. I'm also your moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from all over, from North Carolina, from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our next speaker for this afternoon's session is Ms. Dominique Simpson Milton. She's the president and CEO of Carolinas, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council. And with over 35 years of corporate experience in sales, in marketing, and business development, Ms. Milton has a proven track record in driving business growth and fostering supplier diversity. And prior to joining the council, she served as the vice president of business development at A10 Clinical Solutions, a minority business enterprise focused on healthcare and pharmaceutical research. Ms. Milton holds a BS in economics from Spelman College, an MBA in marketing from Penn State, and is currently pursuing a doctorate in business administration. An advocate for community and education, she also serves as a board chair of the Teacher Supply Closet and is deeply involved in local public schools. Ms. Milton resides in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina with her family. So please help me welcome Ms. Dominique Simpson Milton.
Hello, Sydney. How are you today?
I am doing great. How are you?
I am good, thank you. Glad to be here with you.
I know we've mentioned this before when we've spoken, but I grew up not too far from Mount Pleasant in Sumter, South Carolina.
Yes, absolutely.
Speaking specifically Shaw Air Force Base. I'm a military brat.
Okay, so you moved around a bit.
We quite a bit, but obviously, you know, some heartstring tugs, you know, for that area because that was a lot of my formative years. So, you know, really loved the area. So,
did you go to high school in South Carolina?
I did. Okay. I went to a little small, and when I say small, we had 100 kids in our total high school.
Wow.
23 in my total graduating class. So. But a small private Catholic school there. So,
okay.
Yeah. And are you still in the South Carolina area or no?
Yeah, we're in Mount Pleasant. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
absolutely.
Right.
The fastest growing town in South Carolina.
Oh, no, I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. I the Penn State piece too. I am a Michigan State grad.
Okay.
So the Penn State piece, you know, we'll have to go to Tussle every once in a while.
Yeah, those games are legendary, and we just left Michigan last night. We were in Detroit.
Oh, okay, good. Now, for business or just
business? Business and pleasure.
All right. Well, Detroit's a fun city. Enjoyed it a lot while I was up there. So I've got family up there on the south side.
Okay.
All right. Well, we are going to have a great conversation and I know it's going to be great because I know you're great and all the insights that you have and the things that you're going to share. So I want to jump into it so people can, you know, really get the benefit of all of your wealth and depth of knowledge. So if you don't mind, I'm gonna start asking you questions so that you can
fire away.
All right. Well, one of the things, if people could kind of sense in your background, all of the involvement you already have in kind of diversity of suppliers and all of that kind of area of business. So what got you first interested, in minority supplier networks and in minority business development in general?
Well, I come from a long line of entrepreneurs. So grandparents, great grandparents, all entrepreneurs, landowners. And then I was an entrepreneur in this network that I now run. And understanding how difficult it is to get contracts right now and how we need an extra leg up or help opening doors because the playing field has been unequal for so long. And when I helped a friend start a business, I'd say some 20 years ago, we grew that business very quickly because of this type of a network. And so just so our viewers understand, we are an advocacy group, Sydney, and we are designed solely to help ethnic minority business owners to grow their business by helping to open doors of opportunity, by helping to level the playing field. And ultimately, the goal is to close the wealth gap in America. So my background in entrepreneurship brought me to this space where I am right now.
So talk a little bit about that accountability that you just alluded to there in closing the wealth gap. Talk about it in terms that a business owner out there who's a startup or is struggling through might understand it and get it. So what is it you're trying to do as an organization?
Yeah, so let me just frame up for you that there is a 350-year wealth gap in America. That means it's going to take 350 years before the minority population catches up to the majority population in terms of home ownership, savings, just wealth building, right? And so we know that when you're an entrepreneur, when you're a landowner, you start to close that wealth gap, right? So the more opportunities you have to be self-sufficient for yourself, being able to hire other people into your company, and then being able to afford houses, to pay taxes, and to put their kids through college. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about closing the wealth gap, making people self-sufficient so they're not dependent on social systems. And so for our business owners, you open up a business, let's just say you have name a business. What type of business would you like me to talk about?
Let's go with a soft goods retailer.
So you're a soft goods retailer. So you have a clothing line, and you want to grow that clothing line. You want to get your clothes into Target, into Walmart, right? And so the only way that you do that is you have to have capacity building. You have to be able to manufacture these clothes. And so you can't just be sewing them in your living room, right? Although we know that's how FUBU started, right? FUBU started just sewing right in the living room, and then they branched out from there. But you have to start somewhere, but you also have to have that capacity, Sydney, to grow. And then you have to have what's called a pitch deck so that you can go to Target and pitch this particular line, why people are going to want to buy this particular line. And here is my capacity. I have sewers or manufacturers who can produce this line for me across the country, and I can be able to provide X quantity of goods for you. And then they're going to want to test you out maybe online with your product. And then that gets you in the door. And then they're going to say to you, are you certified? And you say, what? But hopefully you'll say, yes, I'm certified. I met Dominique Milton, and I understand CVMSDC and NMSDC, which is the national brand. And yeah, we're certified. So we've already taken care of that. And then they'll say, okay, let's go. Let's talk. And that certification, Sydney, means that we have vetted you, that we are truly saying you are a minority-owned corporation. And these businesses like a Target or a Walmart want to know that because they want to check a box and say that we are truly indeed being socially conscious and doing business with ethnic minorities.
Talk about this different levels of certification that folks need to be aware of to allow them to, take advantage of some of the opportunities that are there.
Well, they're not actually levels. There's different types of certification. So when I was in MBE, we were woman-owned. We were minority-owned. We got an 8A certification because we want to do business with the government. But you can be veteran-owned. You can have LGBTQT. So you can have all different types of certification. Whatever certifications you qualify for, I tell people you should get those certifications because with each certification comes different benefits, a different network, different resources, different training that we offer you, and most of it for free.
Right. I guess I was alluding to city versus state versus federal.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, but I don't look at them as levels. I look at them as different certifications. So let's say you want to do business with an airport, right? And you have a popcorn line. So you need to be DBA certified. You need to be certified with the city. You should be certified with us. And if you're a woman-owned business, be woman-owned certified. So as many as you can get to get you in the door with that particular airport or that particular retail vendor would help.
Okay. Now, with the number of companies that you're working with, is there any restriction regarding industry that you work with in general? Anyone that is more likely? Talk a little bit about the diversity of your industry service as well.
And that's a great question. So we have 17,000 MBEs nationwide. The MBEs that we have represent a $401 billion impact on this economy. And we range from startups to multi-billion dollar companies. We have one company, Worldwide Technologies, that's about $22 billion. He started with $1,500 in his garage. We have Janice Bryan Howroyd. She is the first millionaire, African-American female millionaire to start a business. And so she started, again, about $1,500, and now she's in the stratosphere in the millions with a staffing company. So you have a technology company, you have a staffing company. I have private airplane companies. I have hot sauce companies. I have plastic molding companies. So we expand the spectrum, I like to say, from hot sauce to jet planes and everything in between. So whatever you need, whether it be somebody to fabricate metal for an aircraft or somebody to create plastic parts for a car. I have a gentleman out in Michigan that I just left. I gave him an award last week. He was our class 4 supplier of the year. He makes all the car seats for the Bronco. So anybody driving a Bronco is utilizing a car seat that was made by a minority business enterprise. So it spans the spectrum.
All right. So with all of that, talk about, well, maybe there's not one. People always assume it's just like, who's the best NBA player of all time? But talk about, all the people that you supported, all the businesses that you've been involved. Is there any one that sticks out as, the one that you're the most proud of in terms of what it started at and what you were able to support it to get to?
Yeah, I have a few, but I'm going to name one. And I always use him. And I use him because I've watched, I want to tell you 2 stories. So I've watched the trajectory of his business, right? And so when I was an MBE, he was a small plastics molding company. He went to one of our golf tournaments. He was playing golf with a gentleman from Altria, which is a cigarette manufacturing company, the old Philip Morris. And the guy says, what do you do? And he told him, and he wasn't thinking anything would come of it because it's a cigarette company and he makes plastic parts, right? And the guy visited his plant, and lo and behold, he gave him an order. I think it was a 30,000 part order for some plastic part. Maybe it was the part that went on the cigarette. I don't know what it was, but gave him that order. So he was a small plastics molding company. He stayed diligent. He stayed focused. And he grew his company from being this small startup company to now a tier 1 supplier to BMW. Wow. So every car that rolls off the line at BMW has a part of his in it. And then he diversified his business. So it's not just automotive. He deals with healthcare industries. Eli Lilly is one of his largest clients. So he has Toyota, he has BMW, he has Volvo, and he has Eli Lilly and a few other companies. And he's just, he built his building in an opportunity zone. So he's able to hire other MBEs. He's able to take in interns. And I think he had, I'm thinking it's about a 20,000 square foot facility. He has just broke ground last week on a 100,000 square foot facility that he's going to own. So he is my favorite success story. I went to Wall Street with him to help ring the bell. And he is just growing by leaps and bounds. And that company is called Core Technologies, and they're a plastic molding company. So that's one story.
So talk about, before you get to the second story, because you mentioned something there that, many people may not understand. You said he's a tier 1 supplier. Explain what that means in terms of criteria and capability.
So he used to be tier 1 to BMW before he got started. And that means that there is a manufacturer who is directly contracted with BMW. And this is for anybody. So that if you're directly contracted with a company, you're tier 1. So some direct contractors will subcontract and have somebody else do part of the job. A good example of that is here at the International African American Museum in Charleston. Turner Construction was the prime, and then they hired Brownstone to be the sub. So they were a tier 2, right? But the bottom line is both of those levels, whether you're 1, 2, 3, or 4, you're still getting a green check, right? So you should be open to starting out working underneath somebody so that you can build up to be that direct supplier. So he started out as a tier 2 and now he's a tier 1, meaning that the contract is direct with BMW. And now he hires other subcontractors underneath him.
Now he's at that position where he can reach back and pull some other folks up.
And build that 100,000 square foot facility and employ other MBEs.
Super. Now the second story, you said you had 2.
Second story, because I like people to understand, it's not all major manufacturing, right? So I have a couple here in Charleston who had a barbecue, and they had hamburgers at this barbecue, and people were just tearing up the hamburgers, and they had made a secret sauce to put into the meat, right? And so they said, people are just really going crazy over this, and then maybe we should sell this. And I watched them go from their kitchen. They would pack up their kids in the car, they'd pack up their burgers and their grills, they go down to the farmer's market, and they would make the burgers to sell the sauce, right? I've watched them go from the kitchen to national distribution with Lowe's. They then created a hamburger line, sold out on QVC. And so they've taken their product line nationwide. And the thing I love about this couple, and this is very important for our listeners, they were coachable. When Lowe's approached them, they were already certified, but they were able to deliver the product, and they were also very coachable. And when Lowe's said, hey, you need to change your pack count from this to that, they were like, okay, we'll do that. So they weren't so close to the product that they didn't want to take any advice. Coachable, they were very creative. They're one of the most creative marketing couples I know, because I would not have thought to put them with Lowe's. I would have thought to put them with Food Lion or Giant, right? But they went with Lowe's with their sauce because Lowe's has what? Grills, right? So they have the sauce next to the grill. So that's a great story. And then the third thing is that they are servant leaders. Anybody listening, if you have a retail product and you wanted to get your retail product to market and you just didn't know quite how to get a co-pack or how to get your UPC code on the bottle, you just didn't know the details of the steps you need to take beyond certification. There's just very intricate steps you need to take to be able to what I call be retail ready. Well, they have a program called Recipe for Retail, and you can sign up for their program and they will take you through a 12-step process to get your product on the shelf. And so they're very, they just give back. So they give back, they're very coachable, and they're very creative, out of the box marketers. So those are my 2 favorite local success stories that have gone national.
They're great success stories. So so many traits and values behind what allowed each of them to be successful. So, so talk a little bit about maybe keeping with that train of thought, the challenges that you see as being common across minority-owned businesses. Now, all businesses are going to have challenges, and similar challenges. But what are the ones that you see that seem to be more common for minority-owned businesses? And by minority, I'm going to say minority and women-owned businesses.
Yeah, and what's interesting, Sydney, is those challenges that we face as minority businesses and women-owned businesses are really the same that all businesses face. And I've narrowed it down to 4 or 5. So one is access to capital. Right. So a lot of people will just bootstrap themselves and use auntie's money and use all their savings. And then when they need more money, their credit looks bad. Right. And so they're not what I call bankable. So you need to, as you start your business, you need to be thinking about the financial plan. How am I going to keep good credit and be appealing to the banks that I need to go to? And you need to go and get other people's money to start your business and to feed your business, because cash flow is very, very important. You don't want to have to be worrying about, how am I going to make payroll every single week, right? So cash flow is critical. So being bankable, a lot of people don't have their stuff in order to be bankable. Another area of concern is scalability. And a lot of people do not understand what I mean by scalability. And that gets back to Jeff Foster at Core Technologies, as well as the other company I mentioned, which is Charleston Gourmet Burger Company. If somebody says to you, I need 10,000 pieces, and you can only have the ability to make 2,000 pieces, you need to have a plan in place to be able to make that 10,000. Otherwise, you're going to lose all the business, right? So you need to be able to partner up with somebody or have a co-packer that can help you to get to that level. So access to capital, scalability, and then doors being open. And that's where we come in all areas, but the doors being open. So you're ready and you look good, you have the money, you can scale, but where are the contracts? How am I going to get in the door, right? Because they want to keep the people who've been playing all along in there, and they don't want to have to take a chance on you, right? So making sure that doors of opportunity open, and that's really most germane to those minority businesses and women-owned businesses, because we're trying to get to the table when other people have been at the table for so long, right? And so now here you come and you want to get your great product in the door, and the door is closed. So being able to find a way to get in the door is very, very important. And then the fifth thing is being ready, that A game, right? Always having your A game, coming to the table, and not expecting somebody to give you a contract because you're a minority, right? You never want to pick up the phone and call BMW and say, hey, I just got certified with Dominique, and I'm looking for a contract. I'm a woman-owned, minority-owned business. They don't want to hear that. Right. They want to hear what you have that is going to make a difference, help them save money, help them scale. Just be very creative, because it's proven when you do business with minorities, your company is more nimble, your company is more creative and more profitable. And so they want to do business with you, but you have to be able to solve a problem, right? And so understanding what that problem is and coming to the table looking good and ready. Those are the problems. And we help with all of those.
Good. And I think that it's critical, the things that you talked about, for people to really let it sink in terms of awareness and understanding of what is the problem that your target market is dealing with, and that you need to resolve or solve for them, so that they can appreciate and value what it is that you're going to deliver, and therefore want to engage with you. But also that you have that confidence of knowing what that is, so that you can very boldly and proudly say, this is what we do, this is what we deliver, and this is what we can do for you. So.
Yeah, and one other thing, and I want to add this in. This is where we miss it totally. If you can get in at the innovation level, right, the R&D level, and you can come to the table with a product that's going to help them change. You know how the Oreo package, how they have that pullback package. So if you can do something like that, no matter what it is, if you can take a straw and make it more recyclable, whatever you can do at the innovation level, if you can get in at that level, you just insert yourself into the supply chain and you make yourself golden and extremely useful to that company.
Well, and that's one of, in my early corporate days, I used to do what's basically called an in-house consultant, and working with some of our division presidents, et cetera. And the person I was first working with, who was my senior partner on the project, would always have these long conversations with the division head and and I'm like, let's get to the project. But she quickly schooled me that that's where you learn what it is that they're trying to do and get to, so that you can make yourself more useful and valuable. And that was something I took with me forever. That, often people don't do, that just says, hey, tell me what you're working on. Tell me where you're trying to get to, 3 years from now, 5 years from now, and just listen to them talk. And then you'll start saying, how can I impact that? What can I do? How does my product already do or deliver on that? Or what can I change to make that happen?
Yeah. So let's stay on that for a minute, because a lot of people, they're just trying to sell their product so fast, right? But they need to step back and slow down and have that conversation and say, hey, what keeps you up at night? And nobody else is asking that. If you get to answer that question and you can solve for that, you are so right, Sydney. That just makes you invaluable to that company.
And it's really just about being, you use the term earlier, a servant leadership, in this case, a servant supplier. I want to be here to serve you. Tell me what you need. Let me understand what you're dealing with. Tell me what you're struggling with. Tell me where you're trying to go. Tell me your hopes and dreams, all that kind of stuff, right? Where you're really trying to get into an understanding of what are they trying to do, where are they trying to go, and how can I facilitate that? How do I help? How do I become indispensable to your, end goal or game? And that's where, one, your product designs will be better. Your ability to serve will be better, because you're like, oh, no. They want this, not that. Et cetera. And to your point, we try to race past that I need to close a sale. No, you need to understand first, what they're trying to deal with, and how can you be of service to that?
Yeah. And I learned something else recently. I just left Toyota a few days ago, and it's all about these great companies. It's all about the relationship, right? So they want to build a relationship. They can get numerous companies to do the work, right? But it's about that relationship, and are you going to go deep with them? And there's a story that I can tell about Toyota, where there was a woman who was doing exceptionally well with them on one line of business, and I think might have been janitorial. I'm not sure, but I think one line of business they had, and they loved working with her so much that they went to her and said, "Hey, we want you to build truck liners." She said, "I don't know anything about truck liners." They said, "We know you, and we're going to help you create a truck liner business, multi-million-dollar business," because they liked her, they liked her work ethic, and they had a relationship with her. Never would have imagined it.
And we can all probably tell the story of the people that we dismiss because of that too, right?
Yes.
I was working with a business the other day, and they were telling me about a story that they were working with a client and how they didn't do that, and they didn't give them this information. I said, you're not making yourself indispensable.
No.
They can give that project, they can give that project to anyone.
Anybody.
And you're making yourself difficult to deal with versus, hey, I'm easy. It's the tried and true, the know, like, and trust. People want to do the business,
right.
Want to be involved with people that they know, that they like, and that they trust. And that's what you're trying to do. I want to make this relationship easy, and then everything else can be worked out. And if the relationship isn't easy, everything else is really a struggle. So
you are so right. And then people get salty, Sydney. Like, you don't get the contract, and then you get salty and you fire off this email, and you're just like, why didn't you give it to me? Or why didn't you? And then they're like, you are written off. You're on the blacklist, right? And so you have to learn how to take the punches, roll with it, and figure out, hey, how could I have done better? What should I have done differently? Can you give me some coaching? You need to be coachable. And then the next time you'll be first in line for that opportunity.
I used to play sports at college and other levels. And one of the things, that coaches love is when you ask, what do I need to do to play more or to be better, coach?
Yes.
Love it. So same thing with the business. And I coach my clients on it all the time. Ask folks, what can we improve on? And they'll tell you. And you just need to shut up and say, thank you. That's it. Don't say anything else other than thank you. I'm going to look into that. Thank you. I'm going to work on that. Now, you don't have to agree with them on everything. You'll come back sometimes and say, nah, that doesn't fit. That doesn't work. That's not what we're about. And that may be valid. But if you just listen and say, well, that's what they want, though. And if I'm not doing that, then they're going to look for it somewhere else. And if I can do that, they'll look for more things to do with me and to deepen that relationship.
Yeah, well, you hit the nail on the head there with the asking. Because one of my mentor, Janice Bryan Howard, who I talked about a little bit earlier, is one of our successful MBEs. She had a session with us a few years back, and she said she learned that she had to ask. She had a contract with a company, and the contract came to an end, and they're about to give it to someone else. And then she said, I need to ask. And she thought, there was no opportunity, but she let me ask. And they said, well, we didn't think you wanted to continue on. When she asked, they gave it to her, right? And so that's a funny story, because when we were listening to her teach us that, one of the MBEs that was listening, he had a contract that was ending, and he said, Dominique, when I hung up with that training session, I went and asked them, and they gave me a six-figure contract, right? And he says, I wasn't even thinking I'd be able to get that back, but she made me think to ask, and that changed everything.
In some of my work with clients, one of the things I talk to them about in terms of kind of additional sales, add-on sales, et cetera, there's research and studies that say that 1/3 of all purchases made, the buyer would have bought more if they had only been asked.
Yes.
And it's that same concept that just says, we get so myopic, so tunnel vision on the one thing, this sale, this activity, that we're putting all our energy into that, versus let me just take a step back and understand, understand where folks are going, what they're trying to do. And I'll find all kinds of, opportunities like, oh, wow, you're looking for that? I could help there. Oh, you're looking for that too? Well, you know what? We have this other thing, or I know a person, I know a company that would be able to do. You just become indispensable when you start understanding where they're really trying to go. And then you just start, helping them resolve those issues. And some of those will be by you. Some of those will be by someone else.
Now, I do want to touch on the flip side of that. You don't want to be that company that comes to the table and says, what do you do? And you say, I do everything. You don't want to be that company, right? You want to have a niche, you want to solve a problem, and then expand from there. So it's a unique mix there.
Yeah. It's because when somebody says, who's your target market? And they say everybody, then nobody really your target market.
They don't want you. They don't want you.
Agreed. It's really about understanding,
Right.
what is it they're trying to do? What problems are they trying to solve? So that you can then say, okay, here's how I do that, or here's how I can do that, or here's how I can solve that. And even if it's, I can't do it, but I know someone who can, let me bring that person to the table, etc. And now I become indispensable because they say, you know what, good folks, this person really helped us out. The next time I need something, I'm going to come to you as well. Maybe you can work on that, or, maybe you'll know someone else, etc. So.
And they respect you more when you say, no, I can't do that, right? Or you put a pause on, you tell them what you really can do. You get more respect.
Yep. Now, I understand you're doing a summit coming up here.
Yes. We have
Tell us
MBE
about
Summit.
that.
Yeah. So, the work that we do, we're an advocacy group. And so we do 4 things. We certify, we help develop, we connect, and we advocate. And so this is a development and a connection session that we're going to have. It's MBE Summit. It's going to be December 4th and 5th. And it is in Greenville, South Carolina at a company called Fluor, F-L-U-O-R. They're a major construction company, and they do a lot more than construction, but there's a major corporation in Greenville, South Carolina. They're nationwide. We're going to have 2 different sessions. On the first day, it's an invitation only for our very high-performing businesses. And on the second day, it's wide open to any MBE, actually to anyone. Anyone can sign up for this particular event. We're going to do training on AI, how AI can help your business grow. Right. So a lot of people don't understand how to utilize AI. They're like fearful of it, right? Like, what do I do with this? Right. And it's much more than just understanding there's Chat GPT out there, or you can ask Siri to do something. AI can do so much for your business. And so you can work smarter versus harder. So that's one of the training sessions we're going to have. Another one is on ESG. ESG is environmental social governance, and every corporation is focused on ESG. That's, for a car company, it's lowering emissions, right? It's making sure that they're using recyclable products. It's making sure that they are working with the community, and they have a community program to help people locally. So ESG involves a lot of different things. But if corporations, if MBEs don't understand how to speak the language of these corporations, when an RFP comes out, Sydney, somebody comes to the table and says, oh, yes, I'm ESG certified, and I understand, my emissions, and I understand my footprint. They're talking that same language. They're going to win the contract versus someone who doesn't understand that. So we're trying to break it down so that our MBEs understand that. So you've got AI, you have ESG. We're going to talk about how to do business with Fluor. We're going to have some access to capital. We have a lot of people there to share with you how to get different types of funding. And then we're going to have 10 companies. They're going to be on stage, and they're going to share with you opportunities. So you might not know what opportunities exist. Let's just say Michelin, right? They'll sit there and they'll say, we are looking for X, Y, and Z in the next 6 months to 12 months. These are the things that you need to do business with us. And if you're interested, meet us at the table on the other side of the room, and we'll talk with you, right? So 10 companies to share that information. And then we'll do some headshots, and we'll be out of there by 3 o'clock. So we'll start at 8 o'clock in the morning with a breakfast. We'll have a nice lunch, and then we'll have all that information there for you. And then we do this every single year. I think it's a mere $49, just with a wealth of information for our attendees.
It's worth more than that just to be in line for the 10 companies.
Yeah, exactly.
Pay more than that for marketing, right? It's like, man.
Exactly.
So now, how many people are you targeting for attendance? Is it limited, or is it wide open in terms of attendance?
It's wide open. We're expecting around 150 people. I like to keep it moderately small so that you can have a deeper conversation with the people who are going to be there. So you're going to have corporations there. You might have about 50 corporate members and about 100 minority business owners there. So about 150 people. And I need to stress on day one that I said it was invitation only. I have already invited our highest level MBEs to attend that. We're going to do a deeper dive on the same topics I talked about. But that evening on the 4th from 5 to 7, you'll have the opportunity to come in and meet these MBEs that are very high performing MBEs, because a lot of people don't understand the value in doing business with the person next door, right? So that other MBE, you could be doing business with them while you're waiting to get that big contract with a major corporation. So we'll have an open reception from 5 to 7:30 at Fluor on the 4th. And then the next day we start at 8 o'clock in the morning with all those corporations in the room and the MBEs. And it's, again, you don't have to be a member of my organization to come. You can sign up online at cvflor.com. msdc.org. You just click on the link for MBE Summit. And our hotel is going to be the Embassy Suites Hotel, Embassy Suites Golf Resort right there in Greenville. We have a reduced rate for that. So as you said, it's a valuable for $49. Think about what it would cost you to try and get a meeting with one of these corporations, right?
Absolutely.
And at the time, right? So I'm putting them all there in front of you. And it might just be one that you can resonate with, or it might just be somebody else in the room that you'd want to be able to meet. And then the headshots are free. That in and of itself.
I was going to say, when you go to a photographer and say, I need a professional shot of this, that, and you start getting the quotes from that, you're like, whoa, wait, what? For a picture?
Exactly.
Not a picture? It's okay, I got you. But for those folks, also make them think about this, because there's some people saying, oh, well, I'm not near Greenville and da, 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 da. It's like, wait a second. I don't know where you're coming from, but think about whatever that ticket is to get you to Greenville. And then think about what you're spending each month in your marketing advertising, again, to get in front of the same people that are going to be there, the 10 companies that you're going to have at the summit, et cetera. It's like at some point you start saying, look, I'm spending of all these dollars maybe inefficiently over here. I can be in front of those folks right here. So
yeah, and it's 10 people. There's going to be 10 corporations on the stage, but there's going to be about 20 to 30 companies around the room. To get on stage, you have to have immediate opportunities and be able to share, what you're looking for over the next 6 to 12 months, and that's what gets you on stage. So I'm very limited on who I'm going to put on stage because I want to give them the proper time. But then you still have access to walk and meet other companies around the room, like Denny's and Michelin and BMW. Sunoco's going to be there. Fluor is going to be there. Savannah River Nucleoside. All these companies are going to be there in the room. Clemson University is going to be there. So all these, and then we have a few airports. All of them need everything from A to Z in terms of supplies, either supplies or support, right? So when you're an MBE, you provide a good or you provide a service. And so all of them are looking from everything from A to Z.
Well, and not only that, but you also then have all of the attendees who are business owners who have needs as well. Yeah, for the networking perspective and saying, hey, and some of those, as you said, might be tier one suppliers who's saying, I need a sub, in this area, this category. So there's just the opportunities abound. And for a mere $49, anybody out there listening, should think about very seriously, how do I get there? How do I get there?
And what I tell people, Sydney, is you have to slow down in order to speed up. And so this is an investment, and you're making an investment to be there. I tell people my favorite word is intentionality. And I tell people you have to be intentional about where you spend your time, where you spend your money, and where you save your money. So you will be spending your time here, spending your money to come to this particular event so that you can prepare for 2025, right? It gives you we have it in December, so it gives you a good running start into 2025 to get your funnel full for the people that you want to go after and the skills that you want to learn. Because if you just come and learn how to improve the visibility of your business by 10% in the AI session, you're golden. You just can't even imagine how that's going to help you catapult your business next year.
Well, and here's one piece of, and you can comment on your thoughts on this. When I was some of the Fortune 50, 100 companies, when people would come to my staff would come to me and, hey, can I go to this training session? Can I go to this workshop? One of the first questions I would ask was, what are you going to do with it when you got back? When you come back, what are you going to do with that? And they had to give me now a proposal of all the things that they've been assigned. Here's how I'm going to use this thing that I'm asking you to go to on these things that you've assigned me or that, are part of my development plan and da, 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 da. Well, the same thing here, again, there's going to be a ton of opportunities, but one of the things, they should be mapping out is, okay, what's my goal and objective when I get there? Who am I going to talk to? Or what am I trying to, come out with? Or who, do I want to meet? What part of my business am I trying to work on and improve? Have those things in mind so that you can really be targeted and strategic when you get there. Because it's going to be like being at a fire hydrant when they open the valve, right?
Right.
There's stuff coming out all over the place that you're like, well, how do I take that in? If you don't have a strategy, if you don't have a plan, you're going to probably miss out on, a lot of good opportunities just because of not being fully organized. So
that's right.
Sounds like a great opportunity for anybody out there listening. So
Well, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to share it. People say, why is it so cheap? It's cheap because that's the work that we do, right? So as an advocacy group, we are here to help businesses grow. And we're not trying to make a profit from that. We're trying to help you to grow, to level that playing field.
And tell them they can pay more if they want.
Yeah, they can. They can
You wanna pay more?
sponsor.
Pay
And
more.
corporations, I think the fee for corporation is $249. But yeah, we take donations all the time.
Absolutely. You'll pay for somebody else if you want to pay more.
Yeah.
Now you talked about with the organization, and let's go back because you gave that real fast. For them to register for that, it's the initials of your company, cvmsdc.org.
That's correct. You go ahead.
Right.
And it's right there next to my name, cvmsdc.org. You go there online and it's MBE Summit 24. And you just click on it and you can register for the event.
All right. Now you were talking earlier about the metrics and accountabilities for the organization. What about for the summit? Are there specific things that you're hoping to, kind of achieve, or some metric you're trying to drive with the summit that is a part of, your overall mission?
So, one of the things, the main thing I want to do is have good stories to tell, right? Have success stories. In last year at the summit, we had an MBE who was new. He had just gotten certified. He came to the summit and we gave him, he won a free ticket to our next major event, right? And no, he won a free ticket to that retail readiness program that I talked about because he had a clothing line. He had a doll line with clothes, right? And so we gave him a ticket to that retail readiness program. And I think it was worth $1,000. And so we gave 5 scholarships away, right? So I'm just giving stuff away, right? Gave him a ticket. He went, he listened to everything that they said. He was coachable, got a contract with Walmart for his dog.
Oh, wow.
That was crazy. Like the first year, he followed everything according to the plan. And it's called Recipe for Retail. You can Google that, or you can Google Charleston Gourmet Burger Company. And, he was able to grow his business. So for me, I measure success, Sydney, based on people being able to say, I was able to get a contract between this year and last year. I was able to make this contact with this individual and they're going to have a meeting with me. And that's how I measure success. So whether there's one person in the room, whether there's 150 people in the room, my success is measured on who can tell me that they are gaining business because of the support that we're providing as an organization.
Super. All right. Now, is your theme for this year?
The theme is inclusive responsibility.
Interesting. Well, talk a little bit about that. What's the
inclusivity is our theme for the whole year. And then next year we created another theme. So being responsible, taking responsibility for being inclusive, right? And so if you're an MBE, how are you diversifying? How are you helping others? If you're a corporation, how are you helping others? And so inclusivity was our whole thing for the entire year, making sure that your thought process is inclusive, that your actions are inclusive. And that's inclusivity is just another word for diversity, right? And so just trying to change the buzzwords to make sure that people understand the importance of being inclusive.
All right. Now, you mentioned there were 20 companies that were going to
There might be 20. We have space for 20 to 30 companies, and they'll be around the perimeter of the room answering questions. And we don't have appointments. Okay. So we've done it where you have appointments and people have to, sign up. We've made it open. So you're going to first listen to the 10 companies to hear what they have to say. And if something resonates with you, you go meet with them. And then there are other companies around the room that you can meet with, because what we found is people will make a matchmaking appointment with someone and they sit down and they find out that they don't have anything that connects, right? And so now we want to do it the reverse way. We want the companies to tell you what they're looking for. And if it resonates with you and you can fulfill that, then go meet with them. So couldn't get 20 companies up on the stage because we didn't have enough time. So we'll have the 10 companies going a little bit deeper, and then there'll be other companies around the room that you can meet with. But again, as we talked about earlier, just for you to make appointments with 2 or 3 companies would take you a lot of time and resources, and you might not get in the door. I'm putting them there in the same room with you because connection is one of the 4 pillars of the work that we do.
Super. Now, you mentioned that they didn't have to be a member of your organization.
That's correct.
To participate. What about being MBE certified?
No, you don't have to be MBE certified. You could be on the way to being MBE certified, right? But if you're listening to this and you're like, wow, this is great information, and I didn't know that this organization existed, because I say we're the best kept secret. Come out and see what we're all about in person, right? And then, if you like what you see and you get some benefit, then we hope that you will go through the certification process. If not, then that's fine. But there is a long process to get certified. It's about a 4 to 6 week process. And you have to have your paperwork in order. You have to upload it, and we have to interview you. You have to be 51% minority owned and operated and managed to qualify. You have to be a U.S. citizen. You have to have a for-profit business. We don't deal with nonprofits, right? So again, a for-profit business, 51% ethnic minority owned and operated, and you can't just have your name on the business. You have to manage it and operate it, and you have to be a U.S. citizen. Those are the criteria that we're looking for, and then there's a process we take you through for the certification, and there's a fee for it. There's some scholarships out there, but there's a nominal fee for it. I tell people you may pay $600 to get certified with us. In turn, I'm going to give you money for scholarships. We last year we took 18 students through a program that cost $5,000 per student. We covered that. We took another 15 through a Sunoco leadership program. We covered the cost of that. So you're investing money to become certified with us, and we're working to develop you so that you are supply chain ready. So I'm going to put you through these programs that are going to help you look at your business plan, help you look at financials, teach you how to negotiate, teach you how to market. And I have international consultants like yourself who can help them with their business, and I give them those trainings for free.
Super. Now let's go the reverse side, because we've talked a lot about the entrepreneurial business that would be your member, or getting the training from you. Talk about what some of those businesses might look at and look for when they're working with the suppliers who would be the most supportive of these kinds of programs and these kinds of efforts. So in all of your work with all of these larger businesses, are there certain traits, attributes, qualities that you see in them that says, hey, if you're really trying to find them, look for people or businesses who are doing this. Look for companies who are doing X, Y, and Z. Is there
you're talking about the corporations? What the corporations are looking for?
No, what they're doing. So are there certain qualities in them that make them great partners with you as an advocate for?
That is such a good question, Sydney. So we have lots of companies, right? And some do more than others, right? So those companies who are constantly asking, right, and helping to develop, they work alongside me to help develop MBEs. So like I said, I just left. Toyota just had their National Diversity Supplier Conference. About 3,000 people were there. They're about the business, right? So they are about developing relationships. They are creating events that open doors for potential suppliers to come and learn how to do business with them. Those are the type of companies we need to work with, right? BMW does the same thing. They have the best conference that I've ever seen. They have, again, 3,000 people in the upstate. They come, they open their doors, they invite all their tier 1 suppliers to learn how to do business with them. Fluor is hosting this conference, right? I just came from a major Fluor supplier event, and they gave us a huge foundation donation to help us create this program, right? Because it costs a lot of money. It does. That $49 that I'm getting from those people registering is not going to cover the cost of this program. Right. So those companies like Flora, who open the doors and say, hey, we'll host you, we'll support you, right? We'll bring our experts out who understand ESG and AI to talk about what's going on. My board chair is with Presidio. So, and he's, he has one of his CFO or chief technology officers speaking to our members. And so those companies who meet us at the table, who help us to deliver training, who help us to open doors and truly give access to opportunities, those are the ones that you want to deal with. So the people who come to my event, the corporations that come to my event, those are the ones you want to work with, because they're there and they're serious about doing what they're doing.
Super. So we only have a few more minutes. I want to ask you the question, kind of what's next? So with all that you're doing, what's next for you and your organization relative to your mission in closing the wealth gap?
Sure. So what's next is we host these events, and so right now I failed to recognize that there is a Denny's scholarship that's open right now. If you go to our website, you can see that there's a scholarship from Denny's, the food company, where they're giving out $5,000 scholarships through us for education development. So lots of scholarships are available. After this particular event, we take a pause and we come back in February for our annual meeting, which will be in Newport News, Virginia, sponsored by Ferguson and the city of Newport News. So we'll be there. I think that's February 26th and 27th. But that is an annual meeting, and that will be on our website as well. Everything I'm talking about is on our website. We have smaller virtual training events on our website that people can attend. And then our huge event is going to be August 5th and 6th in Charleston, South Carolina, 2025. We'll have a golf tournament scholarship. We call it the scholarship swings. We have a scholarship golf tournament in Charleston. Did I say Savannah? It's in Charleston. Okay.
Charleston, yeah.
And then we're going to go to the International African American Museum. Dominion is sponsoring an award ceremony there. Sunoco, the largest packaging company, is sponsoring the whole event. And so we will have training on the 5th and the 6th. We're going to have a deep dive in a lot of different topics that are important. And then we're going to have matchmaking. So we will have scheduled matchmaking at that time where you'll have 10 to 15 minute appointments with corporations that you can meet with. So I encourage people to just look at our website on a regular basis. If you don't think you're ready to get certified, just tap around and see what we have to offer. Visit some of our virtual events. Sign up. You can sign up for those on our calendar and stay informed about what's available, because you don't know what you don't know. And we're out here providing, training that's important to help you grow your business. And most businesses fail within the first 2 or 3 years, right? And they're just not surviving. And we're here to help you survive longer. I have a show called Intentionality with Dominique. And on that show, you can see the episodes on my website. I talk to very successful business owners, Sydney, those who've been in business for more than 10 years, about their journey, about what are the keys to success, because you just don't know, right? And so when you can tune in and listen to hear what people have done to be successful, it gives you more ammunition to really catapult your business.
Super. Now, we're about out of time, so I do want to make sure people know how to reach you. I know you've said it a couple of times, but you have such a wealth and depth of information. I want to make sure people have it. So what's the best way for people to reach you, to find out more about your programs, to sign up to be a client within your organization?
Yes, absolutely. So info at cvmstc.org is my email. Email me at any time. I have a small team. We're all very reachable. Go to our website at www.c as in cat, V as in victory, M as in Mary, S as in Sam, D as in dog, C as in cat.org, and you can hear about all the information that Sydney and I have talked about today. You can learn about the actual event that is happening on December 4th and 5th in Greenville, South Carolina. And then all the tabs are there. We have videos there just to help guide you through. If you're interested in certification, we have a certification pre-briefing every month where it's an hour online, and all of my team comes out to explain to you the process and the benefits of membership. So I really appreciate being here with you today, Sydney. Again, it's been a pleasure to talk with you, and I hope that we both imparted some value to business owners.
Well, I know you did.
I think we both did.
There was no doubt about that. In terms of, and for those folks who are out there listening, again, the things that are being offered by this organization, I mean, are just invaluable in terms of how it can impact and change your organization, in terms of the networking that you can do, the contacts that you can make, the infrastructure that you can set up or establish within your organization that's going to allow you to move forward, not only at a great pace, but over a long distance as well. So I appreciate you being on. I know those are out there listening will appreciate everything that they've heard from you. And so look forward to having you back more and more to share more of that knowledge.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. And I look forward to having you come talk to our MBEs.
Sorry, a little bit of a glitch there, but wanted to thank Ms. Milton for being on. And again, for those who are listening, there's just so much that you can gain from, events and activities and organizations like that. Please take advantage. That summit at $49. Again, you can go a long way in terms of travel expenses. Add that $49 to it and still be far ahead in terms of the impact on marketing from marketing spend, for revenue growth, in your business. So please consider. Want to take this opportunity to also explain about the Black Business Expo's mission, which is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or for K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. So you can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. You can also use Cash App, and the banner should be rolling across with the account number $BBX USA. Again, that's $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to our students, at least 10 students. And students, you can register, for these scholarships and the laptops online at the same website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Remember, every dollar counts. So please, please, please donate to the scholarship fund. I also want to take time to acknowledge and thank our sponsors for the Black Business Expo USA for the month of October 2024. Those sponsors include NC100, Suede Soul, our very own Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Our TV, Executive Women Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned for more enlightening sessions. And remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Did Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side. You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures just so big. And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
The African company and the African CEO is making a conscious decision to bring on someone external to the continent versus bringing on someone who is from Ghana or Kenya or South Africa. And so the skill sets of the people that we take through our executive leadership training program and ultimately on the placement, obviously have to be extremely high caliber. So what we look for are corporate executives at the vice president to C-suite level, as well as Black entrepreneurs. When we look at the Black corporate executives, we're looking for some very specific skill sets, whether that be around supply chain, sales and marketing, engineering, product development. We want our folks to be able to add immediate value to the corporate board, right? And the other thing is, even if they don't necessarily have specific industry experience, they're bringing a diversity of thought.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Crystal Gomez. I am your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Phyllis Everett. Phyllis Everett is a visionary leader and advocate, renowned for her transformative work in her industry. She brings extensive experience in driving impactful programs and initiatives that uplift and empower communities. Known for her expertise in her field, she has a track record of fostering strategic partnerships and implementing solutions that address pressing social issues. Her commitment to her position has positioned her as a respected and influential figure in her field. Phyllis's dedication to her work continues to inspire positive change, reinforcing her status as a catalyst for progress and empowerment. I present to you Phyllis Everett.
Well, hello. I'm glad to be here. How is everyone today?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
I'm amazing. And how are you?
I'm wonderful.
Good. So glad and honored to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we look forward to learning more about you. So tell us about you and tell us your story.
Oh, wow. Well, if I start to talk a little fast, like in the church, they say, put your finger up.
Okay.
I always get excited when I talk about my work, of course. I'm based out of Austin, Texas. As you know, I run a nonprofit. But before I get into that, just want to tell you a little bit about me. And growing up, which has gotten me kind of into the work that I'm doing, which is nonprofit, and how you came about knowing about the work that I do, actually, which is impacting a lot of women and families. And so I grew up in New York City, and start sharing my story by telling people that I, grew up in poverty, got married at a very early age, victim of a domestic violence. And when my youngest child was weeks old, I wound up going into a shelter for battered women, taking my 3 children and we moved into the shelter for battered women. And I raised my 3 children there for a couple of years. But although it was a very dark time, it was a very empowering time for me. And I didn't know decades later that I'd be using that kind of work to empower women today. But I forged a bond with sisters in that particular situation in my life and became really strong and really learned the power of connecting with community at that time. And when I connected with community, it changed the trajectory of my life for my children and I, actually. And we were able to gather a lot of resources. It took quite some time, and we were able to get on our feet. And it changed the direction for my life at that point. And I always start off sharing that story so people can understand a little bit more about who I am when I talk about the work that I do here at Saffron Trust Women's Foundation.
Yes.
Yeah, and so I'm sharing some notes off the screen, but I don't know. Can you still see my face as I'm reading them?
Yes, I see your face. We don't see your screen.
Okay, good.
Your beautiful face.
I like that because I kind of brought them up, and I was like, I hope they can see my face. Yeah.
Yes.
And so, yeah. So when I was in that particular shelter, I found sisterhood with women who were fighting their own battles. And we became a support system. We got strength with each other and we found hope. And that sisterhood formed a tapestry that knitted together the fabric of like an unbreakable cloth that was knitted together in my life. We shared meals together. Each of us whispered encouragement. We celebrated small victories, and we added to each other's life. And now looking back, right, I see how those challenging times transformed me. And they'll talk about some of the work that I'm doing here in Saffron Trust. And they showed me my own resilience, the power of community and the strength that comes from supporting others and being supported in return. So today, as I am on the show with you guys, I stand before you as a testament of the enduring spirit of women who refuse to be defined by circumstances, bent but unbroken, tested and triumph.
Well, wonderful. And I know this resonates with those in our audience. Someone out here may be currently experiencing that same situation.
Yes.
So who are you today?
So today I stand before you. I am the CEO and founder of Saffron Trust Women's Foundation. And when I share the story, I'm not just sharing my story, but I want to share story of thousands of women and families right here in Austin, Texas, that are struggling every day. Because my story is every woman's story.
Yes. So tell us the wow factor that started this work for you.
Yeah, so the wow factor that started this didn't start actually after the trauma that I had being a battered wife. Okay. So I went to school, I became educated, I got my degree, my children and I moved on. We developed amazing relationships. And I was living in New York City, and in 2017, I decided to move to Austin, Texas, because my two grandsons were going to the University of Texas, and my children are all grown, and I decided to take a tech job here in Austin, Texas. I had been working in pharmaceuticals for many, many years in training and development, and I decided to take a tech job here in Austin, Texas. And as you know, Austin, Texas is one of the best places to live. I think it had been quoted on the map back then. And so my sister was living here. She had moved here from Alaska about 20 years prior. And so I'd always been coming back and forth to Austin, Texas, and I loved it. I love the weather. I love the food. I love the people. And so I took on a job with a tech company. And a year after I had moved here, I had actually found out that in Austin, Texas, that the poverty rate for women in Austin, Texas was 16.7%. And that's not just a number. It represents people, real struggles. So in fact, that's 73,000 families in our city are living below the poverty line. 1 in 4 families are food insecure. And these are not just statistics. They're our neighbors, perhaps even people you pass every day without even realizing it. I was like startled to find that number. So I found out that Austin, Texas was the tale of two cities. If you were very wealthy, you were doing well, but the poverty numbers were startling.
Wow, those are interesting statistics, but more so the statistics represent, as you mentioned, our neighbors, and it could be someone that you know is going through it and you just don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And so, of course, I could not stop. I couldn't just stand by and watch, knowing who I was and my passion about helping families. And I was shocked about these inequities. I saw how poverty perpetuates itself, how it impacts health, education, and overall stability. Knowing who I was, I just couldn't stand by and just watch that. And I formed the Saffron Trust Women's Foundation. But my work faced challenges. One of the most challenges that it faced was a form of redlining, philanthropic redlining. And this is a practice, whether intentional or not, it keeps nonprofit organizations like Saffron Trust Women's Foundation from accessing real substantial funding that we need to make long-term impact. And it's kind of subtle, but it's powerful, and it perpetuates a lot of the inequities that we're fighting against. And so I have a background in organizational structure. And so I was kind of aware of nonprofits, because although I was working in pharmaceuticals, I was doing a lot of nonprofit work in the community, helping a lot of nonprofits do a lot of work and building nonprofits back in New York and New Jersey. So I was aware of philanthropic redlining. So I knew about a lot of the inequities. So in starting nonprofits, it could be very difficult. And it's really a huge barrier that stands in the middle of nonprofits really getting on their feet.
So is it hard to start a nonprofit?
It's not difficult to start a nonprofit. You can start a nonprofit tomorrow, actually. You can put in your paperwork and you can send your information over to the state and you can get an EIN number. That's an easy part. But to really be a part of the funding that takes place, to really be sustainable, that's a very difficult thing to do. And so when we talk about the philanthropic redlining, that's the money that goes to the larger organizations, and the real boots on the ground, which are the smaller organizations that are really doing the work in the community, really never get heard. They really never get funded because they don't really have the bigger names, right? They don't have the bigger grant writers. They don't have the bigger system that could really keep the data. And the larger organizations really do have that. But the larger organizations, also a large part of their funding goes to their admins and to the directors and to all of the higher level, and the money that really gets to the community never gets there, right? And so at Saffron Trust, it's even ironic, like we've only been operating for maybe 4 years. And last year we processed probably over $500,000 in services and probably put in a request for maybe over a dozen of grants. And we have yet to even get a security for one salary, although we're doing probably over close to $1 million in services. We have last year, we did over $323,000 in food security, processing 60% of our food through an organization called the Cook Nooks, and 40% of food going through food rescue, doing about 8,000 to 9,000 meals on a monthly basis of cooked food, and 40% of food rescue at 3 different locations. And food is just one of our things that we do. We also do housing, where we house people. We do Hearts for the Arts, where we take families to the arts. And we don't even have a security for one salary. And with that kind of work, and we're really, really, really known in the community and in the city. And so organizations want to come through us to funnel their names and to really be highlighted, right? But when it comes to the funding, organizations really won't, invest that money into us.
So despite these challenges, what other actions did you take?
We take a lot of actions. We're very visible. Our social media, you have to take our social media platform is huge. I have my daughters are very educated in marketing, so they've been a very integral part of really, launching a really huge campaign that launched us really big. And I'm a big advocate, so I'm on a lot of tables in the community. And because I'm educated, I really know where to be at and know who to talk to. And my relationships in Austin are very powerful. I come with a lot of great ideas and a lot of love, actually. So there's really, I'm not really a challenge to people. I'm really a platform where, a lot of love, and it's bringing in a lot of love and different ideas. It's not, a confrontation. It's always a conversation. This is how we can make it better. And so, it's a lot of that. So I'm at a lot of tables. And when I'm not at the tables, there's so many voices speaking on behalf of me. So I'm one person, but I'm actually 50 people all over the community because of the love that a lot of organizations have for Saffron Trust. So, yeah.
Well, that is wonderful.
Yeah.
So what exactly is it that you want people to see and know?
What I actually want people to see and know is women and families can be cycled out of poverty, right? And when you cycle a mother and a family out of poverty, you change generations. You impact generations, like 7 to 10 generations. And I'm a proven statistic of that, right? I am a Black woman who mother, had 10 children. I was 6 out of 10. My mother's mother died of complications of childbirth in 1929 at the Tampa Negro Hospital in Florida, right? She died. She was 24 years old, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm an advocate for women's reproductive justice because I didn't have a grandmother. And so if I had a grandmother, my mother probably would have been strong enough. And a lot of the mental, things that she went through because she didn't have a mother, I wouldn't have, my siblings wouldn't have suffered through, right? Because of reproductive justice, right? And so when we talk about reproductive justice decades ago, we're still dealing with it today. And I am a product of that, right? And my children are a product of that, right? But generational poverty and cycling women out of poverty can be impacted when people pour into a system and pour into an organization like Saffron Trust, right? Because it's systems that change a family. It's systems that change women, right? And it's experiences that change a woman. So when changes happen for Phyllis Everett, right? And so now you look at my daughter, right? And who lives in St. Pete, right? And she's over the arts districts in St. Pete. Her husband is a doctor at Johns Hopkins, but she's also over voting rights, right? And she's changing policies today in her community, right? And she's taking generations and educating them on voting rights, right? And then I have another daughter here in Austin who also has a business, right, in Turks and Caicos. And then I have a son, right, who's building real estate in a city, right, who's taking other Black boys and mentoring them. And so here you have a mother, right, who changed her life in New York City because there were people who poured into me. And now I'm changing a city and a community and educating people, right, through my experiences. And so we can change generations. We can change people, right? Once we change systems and we become advocates and we educate families and communities together, right?
Yes, we absolutely can.
Yes, right. And so I'm living proof of that. And so Saffron Trust does things totally different. Probably, I'm not going to say different, but a little bit. I guess like a little bit different. Like one of the things we do, and it's probably only because it's based on my life, right? And so when I was living in the Bronx, one of the things that that was very powerful for me is we were so poor, right? And it was so hot when we lived in the Bronx. It was so hot in the summertime. And I would pack peanut butter sandwiches for my 2 daughters and my son, and we would take the bus. And we would go to the Met all day because it was cool we would go to Museum of Art. We would stay at the Met all day because it was free. And so we love the arts, right? Yes. And so now, my children travel to London and all over the world. And at Saffron Trust, we have a Hearts for the Arts program. And last year we filled 415 seats at 17 different performances throughout Austin, just on the arts. And as I'm doing work in Austin, right, and I'm sitting at tables, and we're doing Undoing Racism and Courageous Conversation, and city leaders are saying, Phyllis, what can we do for you? How can we help you? And I'm like, who are you? Who are you? And they were like, I'm so-and-so. I'm like, let's have lunch. And I met Stephen Mills of the, Austin Ballet. And he says, Phyllis, what can I do for you? And I'm like, how many Black people have access to the ballet, how many sit in the front seat? And he says, well, not many. And I'm like, I want 50 seats to every performance. He's like, okay, whatever, Phyllis. And I'm like, I have a problem. I love Beyonce. I follow the Beehive, don't get me wrong. But how come everybody knows who Beyonce is and not Misty Copeland?
So what is it that we can do for you to help get the word out?
Funding. Because with funding, right, marketing campaigns get bigger. Funding. With funding, we can hire people that can be caseworkers to our mothers, right, who can help get them in school, who can make sure they get the tutoring. Funding, right? And if you can't get the funding, connect with funders, right, who can. We have a corporate sponsorship package that we can send people. Contact us online. Philanthropic redlining, there are organizations, the money is in the fundings. Most of the philanthropic funding is coming from families, the Moody Foundations. They're families that have millions and trillions of dollars that they just want to invest in an organization that's really doing good. Saffron Trust is that organization, right? And it's just about, finding the funders to really pour into really believing and understanding, about eradicating poverty, where it comes from, where it stems from, investing in it, believing in it, taking a part of it, and that seed, planting that seed and believing.
So tell us, where can we find more information about your organization?
You can find more information about Saffron Trust on saffrontrust.org, www.saffrontrust.org. We have a very robust social media on Instagram and Facebook. You can sign up for our newsletter. You can make donations. And my email is Everett, EVERETTE @saffrontrust.org.
Well,
and I can talk all day. I mean, we've done
some time, but I want to thank you on behalf.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Hello? Hello?
Yes. So tell us more about the organization. What are your needs and your wants?
Oh, so many. Just all the things that I mentioned. Just go on to peverett@saffrontrust.org. That's my email address, and then our social media is www.saffrontrust.org. We have a very robust Instagram and social media site. We have a newsletter. Did you hear that? So sorry, Crystal. Did you get that?
Okay. Yes, I heard it. You can't say it enough. We have to get that written down.
Yes.
Your story was so inspirational to know that despite your background, you were able to overcome. Your children were able to overcome. Everyone is thriving now, and we just can't hear that enough, because we think it's only us alone going through these situations when we're going through them. So to hear it from someone such as yourself inspires us all to know that whatever it is that we want to do, no matter where we come from, we can do it too.
Yes.
And in addition to that, you formed an organization that will help be the catalyst for getting them to where they want to be. So you will be able to walk them through that process. So whatever they need, your organization can help provide it for them or guide them to someone who can.
Yes.
So tell us a little bit more about some of the programs that you have.
Oh, wow. We have a lot of programs. So some of the challenges we had and some of the programs that are created come off the challenges. So during COVID-19, we started with this one program when I first started, right? Because I had to take action. I'm Phyllis. I need to do something. And so when I found out about all these disparities, I especially 1 in 4 families being food insecure, I was like, good food shouldn't be for a privileged few. That should be something that's a right to all. And I don't know if you know this, but food is definitely linked to one of our negative social determinants of health. Like, it's all about food. And food deserts and gentrification and moving people out of where they lived at and not having enough good farm to table food and all of that stuff, you know, a food like a food swamp, doing gentrification and moving somebody in the community was nothing but McDonald's and Burger King and, you know, all these fried places around. And I remember, right, because I was a single mom, I certainly, right, would go shopping at the beginning of the month and I would stack up my house with, you know, Kool-Aid and High C because it was too much for me with 3 kids to buy, you know, 33 ounces of water for $2.50 when I could buy 64 ounces of, you know, High C and it will go for long, you know, but I didn't realize, you know, these things were really killing my children. And so as I became more educated and I understood and learned how to eat better, and we changed our diets eventually, you know, I learned about healthy eating. And so that was one of the things I implemented in my home at an early age. And so that's one of the things that I'm really passionate about when it comes to eating. And I don't really I feel that good food shouldn't be for a privileged few. And so I started going into restaurants talking about the social determinants of health. And I was very specific about restaurants that I went into, and I wanted to make sure that they were farm to table. And one of the things I did is I told most of the restaurants that I went into in Austin about this alarming number about 1 in 4 family being food insecure and what could they do about it. And lo and behold, when I told restaurants about this, they were like, Phyllis, what can I do for you? And I'm like, open up your restaurant, feed 50 women. And lo and behold, restaurants one by one were like, you can have the restaurant, do whatever you want to do. So I started going into restaurants once a month, having this thing called Trend Setting to Table with about 50, 60 women, bringing in key leaders from around the community. I brought in Dr. Sumlin. She's a Black woman that wrote this book called The Struggle is Real about healthy eating for Black people. And it became a movement all over the city. So that's me how. And it's been going on for 4 years now.
Wow.
And it is so big now. It goes on every quarter. And it's actually called Breaking Bread now. We have key leaders come in. It's once we launch it, I mean, if people register within a month, it's on all the local television channels now. It's called Breaking Bread. It was on CNN. It's a really big thing. It's been 4 years now. And so that's how I started. And so we have this thing called Breaking Bread. And every quarter we have a series of what we're going to talk about: education, Black women in law enforcement. And then we have one of the key speakers who has partnered with me, who is now on our board. Her name is Joyce James. And in Austin, we call her the godmother of equity. And she travels all over the world speaking about equity and groundwater, the groundwater work, which she talks about racism. And she works, she's done the work, or she's implemented a lot of work with the People's Institute of New Orleans. And she works all around the nation. And she does the work with Breaking Bread. And so that's done quarterly. And so with this food thing at the restaurant started Feeding Austin Family. So with Feeding Austin Family, when COVID-19 came along, we weren't allowed to go in the restaurants. And so everyone had heard about Saffron Trust. And so they said, since the restaurants are closed, we have a culinary kitchen that will be cooking meals and you can distribute them. And I said, oh, okay, I don't have a staff. They said, well, we'll get you a staff. and we'll pay for a staff. And FEMA came in, or the federal government came in and paid for a staff. I said, okay, I'll do it for a couple of months. Well, it's been 4 years. The first year we did over $800,000. We were able to keep people in the community working by paying them livable salaries. We were able to keep economic momentum by keeping people who weren't working in restaurants, cooking in the culinary kitchen. We provided cash assistance of about $25,000 through ECHO, through their rapid exit program. We were able to feed the hungry. We served over 90,000 meals. During COVID-19, we provided over 22 employees, paying over $500,000 in salaries. We did a program called Holding Hope, which we hired Dr. Ebony Butler, who's a psychiatrist who created these cards for Black women, which are called the My Therapy Play cards for women of color who are going through. Yes, I mean, it was amazing. So we had an all wraparound thing through COVID, mental health, food, you name it, programs, you name it. And so we've done all of that. And so we weren't just serving meals and filling people's bellies, right? Because what happens after that? Right.
Well, thank you so much.
Yes.
I love food. And thanks for reminding us that it's not only delicious, but nutritious and necessary for our health, that we get great nutrition.
Yes.
So on behalf of the Black Business Olympics, I'd like to thank you for coming out today and sharing your story and your organization with us.
Yes.
Again, where
I am
Saffron P. Everett. That's PEVERETTE at saffrontrust.org. You can email me and I will email you right back.
Well, genius is common, and we'll see you on the other side.
Yes.
Bye-bye. Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you. Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business lifecycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Crystal Gomez. I am your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our final speaker is Glenna Gonzalez. Glenna Gonzalez is the CEO and founder of JB Tyler Marketing and Consulting, LLC, based in Durham, North Carolina. With over 20 years of experience in marketing, business development, and strategic workforce planning, Glenna has empowered numerous businesses to achieve growth and transformation. She is an award-winning professional and has a proven record of delivering exceptional results for both national and international clients. Glenna also holds an MBA and a master's in human services, bringing a unique blend of business acumen and human-centered insights to her consulting approach. Her journey into full-time entrepreneurship after a successful career in human resources underscores her adaptability and dedication to continuous learning as she aims to support others in navigating their professional and personal goals. I present to you Glenna Gonzalez.
Hi, Crystal. Thank you for having me.
Hi, we thank you for being here with us today.
Yes.
So tell us, how did your background in workforce planning and talent advising contribute to the services you offer at JB Tyler Marketing and Consulting?
Yes, I'll tell you. So I have numerous years as first a recruiter and then in these latter years as a senior talent advisor. And I'll tell you, so I was laid off about a year and a half ago, but all during this time, I was learning how to promote people, how to really promote people and get people moved into the right places and the right spaces. And so when I, moved into marketing full time. So Crystal, let me go back a little bit. I've been marketing and in business development for, just like you said, well over 20 years, but I've been freelancing it, side gigging it. And at times, I was, a full-time employee or something within that space. But my main career has been that of recruitment, or more recently, a senior talent advisor. And so I'll go back to the question that you asked. I'll tell you, learning how to get people moved into, the right positions. Sometimes, I was managing promotions, helping the hiring managers to get people where they needed them to be, so therefore promoting people. And so that really instilled more of a passion, more so than previously, to get people out there in front of each other and in front of other people so that I could help to promote them. And so what I did is I created a magazine called Entrepreneurs in the Spotlight. We're a marketing boutique agency at JB Tyler Marketing and Consulting. And so I created this magazine so that I could give entrepreneurs that perhaps no one else would maybe think about, promoting because, they're kind of small time, right? They're
Sure.
New entrepreneurs. So no, it's not that their services aren't, spectacular. It's just that no one knows they exist, so I want to, clarify that. It's just that, you're small. No one knows that you exist. You've not, tried to put yourself out there because you don't know how to get started, to get that exposure and that branding for you. So, a lot of these small entrepreneurs, they've got amazing products, amazing services. It's just that no one knows about them. And so, promoting people, for jobs and careers, has led me to this point where, I'm able to promote them, as entrepreneurs, if that makes any sense at all.
Oh, it absolutely does. And it's wonderful to hear how you are able to turn what can be very hard position, being laid off. It can be very emotional. It can be very difficult into something positive. So tell us what's been the most rewarding aspect of that transition from corporate to full-time entrepreneurship.
Well, of course, it's the usual, the freedom to do your own thing, right? The freedom to do
Yes.
your own thing, the flexibility, meeting amazing people like Dr. Kelly. I'm just now, really getting a chance to spend some time with him and to meet him in person. I'd heard, great things about him, but I never thought that I'd have the opportunity to meet him like I have, helping with the Black Business Network here. And so, being an entrepreneur, positions you to meet people that you never would otherwise if you were, say, an employee. So this has been the phenomenal and amazing thing is, just really kind of being able to have access to people that I never would have had access to had I remained an employee.
Absolutely. The same is held true for me as an entrepreneur and will for others if they put themselves out there in a position to do the networking. We've got to first get ourselves out of the house, from behind the desk, from behind the screen, and go meet some people face to face.
That's right. That is definitely correct.
So how do you define success for both yourself and for your clients?
Well, for myself, I will say, being able to take care of my family and being able to grow and, build my business in the way that I'd imagined. When we're talking about clients, achieving, some results that can be measured. So this is important. Like, for instance, one of my clients has been Dr. Nikisha Hammond. She's a psychologist out of Tampa, Florida. And Dr. Hammond has been promoting her book, Mindset Training. And so I connected with her in a group that we both are in, Black Women Empowered Directory. And, we just kind of had chatted and decided that I would help her promote this book. So we've been promoting this book for her, her in collaboration for the last 4 months. And so Dr. Hammond's book is now on the USA Today bestseller list, and it's an Amazon bestseller as well. So, achieving measurable results is something that's important to me. And that's what I define as success. When we're looking at analytics, how much of a movement did you make? Like, for instance, I started working with another client. She's a CPA down in Atlanta, Georgia. When I started working with her, and I met her at a Small Business Expo last December. When I started working with this CPA, she had about 494 followers on LinkedIn. And I'll tell you, Crystal, now she has right up on 1,200 followers. So, I've been able to grow her LinkedIn from 494 to, roughly about 1,200 because she's steadily growing. People are accepting connections. But the point that I'm making here is that, I try to pay attention to analytics. There must be some way to measure, progression and success. And so that's something that I do is, we do pay attention to, the analytics for that. And, for our Facebook clients, we pay attention to the back office for that. So this is what, allows me to determine success, the work that I do for my clients. And I'll tell you too, Crystal, by us working on her LinkedIn, we've not only helped her to get, some amazing clients as a CPA. So this is her career, but she also has a nonprofit called Soaring Eagles down in Atlanta. And we just had an amazing back to school bash. It was extremely successful. And I'll tell you the work that I've done on her LinkedIn, we were able to get some sponsors, based on the posts that I do. So now don't get me wrong. While I can, do social media, a social media manager, I have some that are just do amazing work. They're certified social media managers.
Wow.
So, I think I'm pretty decent myself, but I've got some that are certified, and this is what they have focused on and been doing for years. So, I pull them in to help me with my clients. But I'll tell you, it was a wonderful thing. And even just this morning, I was talking to her as I was driving, and she was telling me about how she's getting all of these doctors that are looking for accounting services. And I said, well, it must be one of the groups that I'm connected with in LinkedIn, because, they have these various business networking groups. And so, and then what happens is, I share the post, in this group, that group, and all these things, and the hashtags and so forth. And she is, has been really intrigued by the by the clients that she's getting. And like I said, when we were doing an extensive amount of work for her back to school bash for the kids, she was getting sponsors and few people sent money to, the organization via mail and all these things. So it's been, just amazing being able to see how I'm able to help my clients, to grow and to build and to brand and to transform.
Yes, what incredible testimonies to the great work you're doing.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So as an entrepreneur over 40, even though we're only, 25, what unique challenges or advantages have you experienced?
I would say one of the challenges is the usual, Crystal, that a lot of us have is, getting access to funding. That's a usual challenge, I think. And I'm aware of, various grants and things like that. And I even wrote an ebook about, how you can get funding. Now, I'll tell you that probably, one of the I'm not a financial expert, but one of the better ways to get funding is to, get your business positioned so that you can then get a credit, on your EIN or, with your business, as opposed to it being personal credit, So, I kind of have some connections with, advisors that can kind of tell me more about it so that I can share that information. So, but I in no way let my clients believe that I'm, some financial expert and can share that information, but I do have connections with financial experts. And so, I share, that information with them. And even this ebook that I wrote on funding, these are resources that I've used myself and have been able to get some funding through those. But yeah, I can definitely point you to some of the best in the industry in terms of, business funding. But that's been a challenge, for me and, for a lot of other business owners, even nonprofits are trying to figure out, how to stay afloat, So, there are just, these challenges that, center around, just having access to knowledge, regarding funding.
Yes, absolutely. Funding's paramount to us small business owners. So how do you balance your professional responsibilities with your personal life, especially being a parent?
Personal life? Did you say personal life?
Yes. Right, I did say personal life. Remember that?
Yeah, it's a distant memory, but I'll tell you though, Crystal, God has blessed me. I have two sons. My oldest went to UNC Chapel Hill, which is where I've been all week, working with the college students there at UNC Chapel Hill to be sure that they have already voted, early voting, or that they're going to vote, so that's what we've been doing at UNC Chapel Hill. Now, my alma mater is North Carolina A&T State University, but we've already got a team out there, that's working. And so, it was, I just decided to be, closer to home since, we had A&T covered. But, as I began to say, my oldest son went to UNC Chapel Hill, and he got his graduate degree from there, and he's working and doing well. And then my youngest son went to Yale University for his undergraduate degree. He graduated in 2023, and he is now at U of Penn getting his graduate degree. and mechanical engineering. And I'll tell you, they both were North Carolina governor's scholars. And I'm not, one of these super parents, Crystal, but I'll tell you what I did and what I do, which is some of the things that I do for my clients is that I stay tight. Like I want to know, how you're doing, what you're doing. I want to know how I can help you. What can I do to support you?
Sure.
And so, as they were moving, some parents leave it to the kids, as they're moving out at the end of the year and moving into the next dorm room at the beginning of the year. I've made it my business to be present and to help them because, unfortunately, my parents were in the DC area. My mother worked for the Department of Treasury, and my father was also in the same area, an attorney, negotiating these multi-million-dollar contracts for, the government. And so, but the thing is that, they weren't always there, to be able to help me to do, these small things like moving in a dorm room, moving out and all that. But I did it for my kids. And I'll tell you, even with my clients, I do the same thing. It's, what can I do to help you? How can I make things easier for you? That's just, how I am. But, the kids have done well. They have been my personal life. And, we pray and we just keep it moving. We just keep it moving. So, yes, I have had a personal life when it comes to, kind of keeping up with them. But, it gets tough, as an entrepreneur, you wear multiple hats. So you've got to find the time to be able to, to accomplish, your goals, and you've got to find a way to stay on track, wearing all of these different hats. And I'll tell you, I'm a bit ADD, so it gets challenging at times, but, I'm managing. Let me just say I'm managing.
Yes. So what inspired you to start Entrepreneurs in the Spotlight, and how has the response been?
Yes, I'll tell you what inspired me to start the magazine Entrepreneurs in the Spotlight is because I believe that we are all the stars of our own shows. And so, I just wanted to be able to put entrepreneurs in the spotlight in front of people so that they can get the exposure, the visibility, and so that they could, have a means and a method and a vehicle to begin making connections that, could take them almost anywhere. And, because, Vogue magazine's not calling me, Raleigh magazine, none of these local magazines are calling me. And I imagine that there are a lot of entrepreneurs that, no one is calling, right? So I wanted to be the opportunity that they'd have to be on the cover of a magazine or to be, inside the pages, with, a glowing bio and, me sharing their products and services with my readers. I will tell you that I have thousands and thousands of readers for this magazine. When last I looked, it was over 16,000 impressions and views for the last few issues. And I'll tell you, that's an accomplishment because this is something that we started doing in April of this year. So, I provide a plethora of other services. And I'll tell you, the magazine was originally meant to be a lead magnet. And I have been able to, acquire some clients for, social media management and, for website development. And, these are other services that we provide. But the magazine has been, an opportunity to, to increase revenue and also an opportunity to connect with other entrepreneurs so that we can, support each other and so that we can share the products and services that we have, with each other, with our audiences, so it's just been an amazing opportunity.
Well, as they say, if they don't give you a seat at the table, you make your own table.
That is exactly what I did.
Yes, and that's an incredible opportunity for those around you to participate in that along with you.
Yes. Thank you, Crystal.
You're welcome. So what differentiates your approach to consulting compared to other firms in your industry?
I'll tell you, Crystal, we take at JB Tyler Marketing and Consulting, we take an integrated marketing and communications approach. And what that means is that we use several different channels in order to be able to help an entrepreneur to brand. We're bloggers. We can create a wonderful blog where you can share, articles and stories and you can even put, affiliate marketing on your blog, to be able to have, that additional stream of revenue. So, blogging, advertising, press releases, websites, social media management. So this is what, differentiates us, is that we go in hard with various channels of marketing and advertising. So that we can maximize, an entrepreneur's exposure and visibility to their target audience.
That is very, very, very important. We don't realize the importance as small business owners to marketing and effective marketing.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. That's right. And I'd like to think that we are effective, in terms of what we do. And like I said, I'm willing to, spend a significant amount of time with the entrepreneur, getting to know what their goals are, what is it that they are looking to achieve? What can I do to help them, accomplish their goals. And so, whatever length of time it takes, I'm not like just talk to you one kind of a thing, intake or onboarding, and that's the last that you'll hear from me. I connect with, my clients regularly, and I stalled for a second because I was thinking about my CPA. She's one of my favorite clients, but we talk regularly. And of course, now is the time of the year that she is definitely getting very busy, but she'll make time to speak to me because we can have, these engaging conversations to where she's sharing information with me because she's a little bit older, but she's been a wonderful support and a mentor to me, even as I'm helping her to grow her business and her connections. So, this is the beauty of, a business like mine, marketing and consulting.
Yes, absolutely. So can you share a lesson with us that you learned early in your career that still impacts you today?
Yes. So like I said, in the marketing space, because I have an MBA and marketing was a large piece of that. Now it has been some time since I got it, but, and I continue to, to improve my skills and, continue to educate myself. There's so much information out there. I've got Amazon Audible, I've got YouTube, and I've got, HubSpot with all these learning academies and all these things. Verizon Wireless has an amazing portal where you can, take, these mini courses to stay updated, on various skills and so forth. But, what I've done is I've just tried to stay relevant. So I try to stay relevant. I will say, Crystal, though, one of the things that has been really helpful to me is having, certified freelancers. So, I use a lot of freelancers, and I think a lot of marketing agencies use freelancers because, you may not need that role filled on a full-time basis. Like this person may not need to be employed 40 hours a week. And certainly you don't want to employ anybody longer than what you can afford to pay them. Because I can imagine, as a matter of fact, when I went to a Public Relations Society of America meeting in New York. So, I'm a member of the PRSA here in North Carolina and New York. One of the marketing CEOs, she was telling me, she said, oh my God, I have to pay, so many people to get the work done. And she said, and then, if they're coming out of New York, because her agency was in New Jersey, she said, if they're coming out of New York, I have to pay them so much more money than, if I can find them in New Jersey. And, so, and like I said, these are some of the challenges that we experience as as small, marketing agencies, but, you want to be able to kind of control your cost. And this is a part of the consulting that I do is, we will find, a certified professional for whatever it is that you're needing, whether it's social media management. Like I said, I've got a bunch on my team, whether it's website development, whether, you want to then use them to outsource so that you can, perhaps get big ticket clients, using these freelancers and so forth. But yeah, so that's where we are with that. And hopefully, that will, kind of, urge some entrepreneurs that, you don't have to pay money that your business just can't afford to pay, employing people, you utilize freelancers and, outsource some of these services, to save yourself money, so that, this is not an overwhelming issue for you, like it was this CEO that I met in New York when I was there for a PRSA meeting a few months ago.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So how has your education, particularly your master's in human services, influenced your approach to consulting?
Yes. So that degree has allowed me to approach consulting from a human-centered perspective. And that's what I've been, kind of talking about, is that, I like to really connect with my clients, and even if it's, let's hop on a Zoom for 45 minutes, a week, or, if it has to be twice a week, whatever makes that client feel comfortable, feel heard, feel understood, and whatever helps to make them feel assured, like, they're going to be able to get, their goals accomplished. And I've said that several times, not to be redundant, but that is important to me. When someone comes to me as a client, because I'm a people pleaser, right, Crystal? So I want to be sure that you are pleased. And that is why, I've said that several times. I want to be sure to help you to accomplish your goals. And so, being a people pleaser, that's my thing,
Yes, I understand that all too well. But it is important, especially to the human-centric approach.
Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
So how does JB Tyler Marketing and Consulting stay innovative in such a dynamic digital marketing landscape?
You know what, Crystal? I go to those who know. So I go to those who know, and there are several YouTubers, and they actually are doing extremely well. People don't really see YouTube as, like a modus for education, but there are some amazing YouTube influencers that can give you, so much information. I'll tell you, it was really just a year ago, I stopped paying for LinkedIn Learning. That was a platform that I used to, to stay updated, to stay relevant, to stay informed and educated. And once I started seeing some of the YouTube influencers, and, and they're speaking along on my topic, right? Like, they're talking about branding. There's one lady that specializes in how to really position your magazine for success. Like, that's all that she pretty much talks about. So, there I've been able to go and to get a lot of the information that I need, just to stay relevant and updated. And then, there are other platforms as well. YouTube is not the only one, but like I said, there's HubSpot. There's Verizon Wireless has a portal where you can go and get some education. And there are numerous portals where you can go online and get free information without having to pay, hundreds, if not thousands of dollars, trying to keep up with, what's happening within, the digital marketing space, because things are always changing within that space, digital marketing. There is one group I paid, a significant amount of money to be a part of that. And, the people in that group are doing very well. They've been very encouraging and very supporting. And, as I've grown, the digital parts of my business, because not everything is, is digital. We have some services where it's just not, focused, particularly on digital marketing. Some of it is, just kind of networking, we'll get out there and, help you to network and things like that, sharing information and so forth. But, those are some of the ways that, we've been able to stay relevant and to stay educated, is looking for those sources. Because now I'll tell you one thing, Crystal, this is a way that a lot of small business owners, entrepreneurs, this is a way that they're starting to monetize. They are coming up with these digital courses, where they can share their expertise with those in their industry. They can come up with a course, talking about, there's one lady, and this is very odd, but this lady has made a significant amount of money teaching people how to take care of their pets with herbal products. And she, believe it or not, you'd think that there would be a very small audience, or a very small interest in something like that, but she's actually doing pretty well. And it's a course. So I brought that up to say that, she's put all of this information that she has into a course, and she's doing very well. So, just trying to share information like this, that digital courses are becoming huge within, the digital marketing space. And so, it's another way to monetize, and certainly with ChatGPT, to be able to, garner the information that you need to create, these ebooks, these courses, all of these digital products, that parlay information so that you can, share your expertise. This is becoming more and more popular, and it's a multi-billion-dollar industry now. How much, I can't remember, but it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. So, yeah, that's, how we stay relevant. We look for information out there. I do pay for courses myself, and some of them cost, a good amount of money, but, you do what you have to do in order to stay informed and stay educated.
Yes. So what that means for entrepreneurs is that you can get started for free online, right. Get the information that you need. And as you need more advanced information and are successful, then you can, pay to get that advanced knowledge.
That's true. That is true, Crystal. And I'll tell you, one of my favorite people to listen to is Rachel Rogers. And I believe her book is We All Should Be Millionaires. So she's the founder and CEO of Hello 7. And, she wrote a book, a couple of years ago, and it was a bestseller, a New York Times bestseller, if I remember correctly. And I believe I have the title exactly right, because it was a couple of years ago, but I believe it's entitled We All Should Be Millionaires. And, I pull her up on YouTube because she does have a YouTube channel. And I mean, she's just on there giving, just this wonderful information that, I would not have access to, because her Hello 7 is an amazing group. But, if you were a startup entrepreneur, you may not yet be able to afford her, but she is on YouTube, giving just, some wonderful information about, building funnels and, all these things that, will help you to move your business forward. So when I say YouTube, I'm thinking about people like her, that they will give so much information away for free. So if you can't afford their book, you can't afford to, to have a consult with them, they're putting as much information out there in front of people as they can, trying to help people. And she's definitely one of my favorite.
So YouTube's not just for entertainment, but it's
no.
Well.
And I think that there's that misconception, but it's one of the largest search engines, that there is. I mean, you can pretty much, search for, anything on YouTube and be able to find, some credible source. Now, I'm not saying everybody's credible because, there's a lot of people on there, but, some of these people are very credible. And I will say, talking about YouTube, so one of my more recent clients is Vincent Ferguson. And Vincent used to be a bodybuilder, a professional bodybuilder. So a professional bodybuilder. And now he does a course called 6 Weeks to Fitness that I've been participating in. I've already lost 8 pounds, participating in this course. So this is my client, right? And I do, like I said, I do everything I can to support my clients. And so when I started promoting this course for him, I was like, I have got to take this. But, Vincent is an amazing person. He is the CEO of Body Sculpt of New York. And, during the week, he's sending emails. We've got WhatsApp, a group of WhatsApp where he's constantly, sending us information about how to, how to structure our diet, how to exercise, all these things. So he's a certified personal trainer as well, right? So we get all this amazing information without paying so much money for a personal trainer in the gym. Like, like he right now for these 6 weeks, he's the man, right?
Okay.
Because, I remember one of my local gyms, they wanted me to, to get a package where I could have a personal trainer, and it was hundreds, almost 1,000 for just a couple of months or something. It was very expensive. And so, that's what I'm saying. Vincent is on YouTube. He has interviewed, so he has a YouTube channel, 6 Weeks to Fitness, and he has actually interviewed, some amazing people. Some of them are, people out there in the, like famous people, like, what is her name? Kim Coles, in Living Color. I think, it's been a while now since, I watched In Living Color. I think I have her name right. But, some of those people that he interviews, and his topics center around wellness, health and wellness, are wealthy people. And so, if you were to be able to find his channel on YouTube, and it's Vincent Ferguson, 6 Weeks to Fitness, he, is interviewing all these great people, and they're sharing all this information about how, we can, improve our health, so that we can overcome issues like diabetes, high cholesterol, high blood sugar, and all these things. So, these are the types of clients that I am, that I'm coming into contact with. And it's been, just an amazing experience.
So in what ways do you foresee digital marketing evolving over the next 5 years?
That's a very good question. I think that, as business owners begin to see how digital products can help them to improve their bottom line, because, you need products, you need services, and I think that as they begin to discover, and some are not, I will tell you, Crystal, some entrepreneurs, some are not, as technically savvy as some others, so there are those opportunities for them to, either hire an agency like mine where we can do the work for them. But I think that there will be an increase in the, in just the creation of digital products. I think that there will be, a significant increase because, like I mentioned before, already, these courses and, other digital products are becoming, just the focus right now in terms of, having a vehicle to be able to improve your bottom line and increase revenue.
That is important as a small business owner, that we increase our bottom line. So if technology can help us increase that bottom line, we need to be on board with that.
That's right. That's right. That's right. And if you're not, technically savvy, because some of my clients are a little bit older, and so they, they've kind of lost touch with, the technicalities. But one thing is, like I said, an agency like mine, or, whatever agency you can connect with, they're likely to be able to do, these tasks and, perform, these services for you, so that you, even though if you yourself are not technically savvy, you can still get the work done. And I think that that's important. I wouldn't want anyone to feel stymied or, feel as if, they can't have the same opportunities as, other businesses where, they've got access to, this technology and that technology. Even if you don't have the savviness, you can still, get the work done.
Absolutely. And lastly, what's one key takeaway you hope people gain from reading Entrepreneurs in the Spotlight?
Is that you yourself can be in the spotlight. I'm all about promoting people. Like I said, when I was a senior talent advisor, these were, high level, 6-figure income roles, and just trying to get people to where they were trying to get in their careers, trying to help people get that promotion, right? So that's my thing is, I felt like the magazine would give entrepreneurs the visibility, the exposure, and the opportunity for connections that they may not otherwise be able to get. And it's been exactly that. Were it not for the magazine, training. I wouldn't know, Vincent Ferguson, CEO of Body Sculpt of New York, or I wouldn't know Dr. Nikisha Hammond, author and best-selling author of mindset training, and she also is a speaker as well. So I wouldn't know either of them, if I were not out there with this magazine. Both of them were connections, as a result of wanting to be a part of the magazine. Dr. Hammond has been on the cover of the magazine and been in the last 4 issues. We've been promoting her book, Mindset Training, and then Vincent has a customized magazine where he shares information about his 6 weeks to fitness program. So his magazine was customized with him on the cover and all his information in it for his, 6 weeks to fitness program, so that, people can know more about it. Because he, has the knowledge and the experience within his industry to really be able to help you if you are serious about your weight loss goals.
Well, we want to thank you for being here with us today. Could you please tell us where we can reach out and contact you and find out more information about your organization?
Yes, my email is PR, so P as in Paul, R as in Robert, or PR as in press release. So PR@GlennaGonzalez.com. And so it's PR@GlennaGonzalez.com. So it's PR at my name. And then also, yes, I will, you can text me at 252-886-1511. So 252-886-1511. And, just kind of, add a couple of lines, regarding, your, what you're needing or what you're looking for. And I'll get back to you as quickly as possible. So 252-886-1511. I'm here in the Durham, North Carolina area, which is where our office is, at 555 South Mangum. And anyone's welcome to visit me. There is an amazing office building. So 555 South Mangum Street in Durham. It's just behind Bull Durham Stadium. And, I'll be happy to sit down with, any entrepreneur, business owner to discuss, what they're looking for, in terms of branding or marketing for their business.
Well, thank you again. Genius is coming, and we'll see you on the other side.
Thank you, Crystal. Have a good evening.
You too.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919
308-9090.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it. To kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.